Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need to succeed in today's competitive marketplace. Join us today as we collaborate together with businesses from around the world to support our children, students, and young future entrepreneurs, Black businesses and corporations. We raise funds for students going to college and young entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be business owners, and we invite you to be a contributor today. Visit the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to connect with and learn more about how the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics can help you not only share your amazing business story to businesses, but also serve future generations. Hello, my name is David Jones, CEO and co-founder of the Hello LLC, where we help businesses build a culture, brand and experience, and leverage technology to pivot into Web3. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into Roku, Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Spotify, Twitch, and Google Podcasts. Tune in, turn on, and let's thrive.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petchworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petchworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Humpton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car.
Wow.
I nearly lost it all.
Wow.
When I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wallace.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into to what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it. To kind of dominate them, to dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good morning, Black business. Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is James Martin Skinner. I'm a B2B sales rep and credit repair enthusiast. And most importantly, I'm your moderator for today's Black Business Network Literary Olympics. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders worldwide. Today, we have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our speaker today is Eartha Watts Hicks. One second, everyone. Eartha Watts Hicks is the founder of Eartha Tones Publishing and Eartha Tones Books, former director of publications for Cultivating Our Sisterhood International Association. She's the NYFA New York Foundation of the Arts artist, a member of the American Society of Composers, Authors, and Publishers, ASCAP, and the legendary Harlem Writers Guild, a fiction fellow at Hurston Wright Foundation, Center for Black Culture, and the North Country Institute and Retreat of Writers for Color. Eartha's writings have appeared in several online publications, including Harlem World Magazine, theurbanbooksource.com, and thefutureexecutives.org. Her writing advice has been featured in the Writer's Guide to 2013, and her debut novel, Love Changes, won multiple awards, including the Just Read Literary Game Changer Award from the NYCHA branch of the NAACP. She was also named New York City's Literary Ambassador. In 2014, Eartha was featured in the Congressional Black Caucus, a PR writer and affiliate for blackpr.com. She specializes in press releases for entrepreneurs, ministries, and nonprofits. She also leads writing,
self-publishing, and publicity workshops for the New York City Public Library, the National Writers Union, and the New York City Parks Department. And I also want to say she's an old and dear friend. Eartha currently serves as a executive editor, of Harlem World Magazine and blog site. You can connect with Eartha across social media at Eartha Tone. Welcome, Eartha. How are you today?
Good morning. Good morning, James. Good morning.
How are you?
I'm great. I'm great. And it's good to see you.
Same here. Always good to see your face.
Uh-huh. So I'm actually here to speak about the Planner series, which is A Planner is a Girl's Best Friend planner series, which is a planner, calendar, date book, journal. And as opposed to what typical planners look like, where it's either a month at a glance, so 12 months and some note pages, or 52 weeks, which is a weekly scheduler, 52 weeks. I do both. I give you 12 months plus 52 weeks. And then I also give you budget sheets as well as a diagram of a check. So you get the rudiments of personal finance for financial wellness. And with the planner series, I have the Everyday Excellence Student Planner featuring runway model Soleil West, who's a child model. And shout out to her mom, Ms. Linda West, and who actually styled the child for the cover, the Everyday Excellence Student Planner. Now, Soleil is a professional child runway model. And in being a professional child runway model, her image is her natural hair. That's her signature. So she's on the runway and has been on the runway for over 10 years, ripping the runway, Naomi Campbell style. And that's the best way I can explain it, because she has a walk on her that you would not imagine on a child her age. Now she's roughly about 13, 14, but she's been walking the strut since she's been about 3. And she's been doing it with natural hair. So seeing little black girls, to see little black girls who look like them, brown skin, beautiful, natural hair on the runway, it allows Black girls who are what we look like in our natural state, without contacts, without additions to the hair, without weave, without straightening of the hair, without lighter skin or whatever, bleaching or anything extra. It allows Black girls, all Black girls, to embrace themselves as is, however we're born, whether we're born whatever complexion. It allows young Black girls to look at her, identify who they are, and respect, how they were born and how they were made. So in that capacity, I suggest, if you have any young girls, little girls, to follow her on social media. And she's viral on social media. Her runway walk with the orange goddess dress a number of years ago, hit like a few million views. For Black, if you look on the hashtag Black Girl Magic, you might see her, because she's on the runway in this gorgeous orange goddess dress, and she must be all of 8 years old, and she's just tearing it up. And for me, it was a blessing that her mother was open to me featuring her on the cover. And we reached out to a fashion photographer on the West Coast, Miss Katie Moffitt, who did a series of the most gorgeous photos of Soleil, for the planner. So, all different looks for different times of the year. And it helps that Soleil herself is an A student. What I wanted to do with the series, A Planner is a Girl's Best Friend, is to empower and inspire little Black girls to love school, to focus on school, by giving them little bits of encouragement in the form of puzzles and activity sheets that teach them everything from history, Black culture, self-love, self-pride, how to tell time on an analog clock, And that page with the diagram of a check, which where I even go into explaining the different components and why it's important to be mindful of your spending and track your expenses, and what the consequences of not being careful with your check writing privileges can lead to, namely check systems, and how that can impact your ability to get a bank account ever when you're irresponsible with your checking account. So these were things that I did not know or understand turning 18. So, you know, it was a kind way to give young girls a heads up. And with that kind of information, I packaged it in a way that would appeal, you know, this necessary information would appeal to young girls. And I also speak to cursive writing and why it's important to know how to sign a check, and I explain it in various different ways. I'm going to read. I'm going to read just a little bit from the first page, which is the Dear Student. First, I'll read the Dear Parents page so that you can understand. And I started off cursive out. A note from editor Eartha Watts Hicks to parents and guardians. Reading, writing, and arithmetic, they were called the 3 R's in my day, though I never understood why. The actual words abbreviate as RWA. Writing, though, meant composition, composing language into written statements, and essay, writing our opinions to explain how we feel about a subject. In days gone by, writing also meant penmanship. We learned to print and were taught to write in script, known also as cursive writing. First, we were graded on our ability to closely mimic the font samples we were given until our individuality slowly gave way to form our own unique signature style. Then, we practiced daily to learn how to improve our handwriting, making it neat and legible. The signature was ever so important because it would uniquely identify us on more important papers later on: contracts, a driver's license, a voter registration form, checks, as well as plastics, meaning credit cards. Anywhere, everywhere, we're required to be legally bound. That's where we would put that signature. I also remember that those who were illiterate were permitted to mark forms and documents with a single X. Prior to the Voting Rights Act of 1965, passing a literacy test was a required law in several states, a tactic used to exclude certain people from their right to vote in major elections. Recently, I learned that the New York City's Board of Education no longer required students to learn and practice cursive writing. The lost art was deemed an outdated skill as we move farther into the digital era and the use of digital signatures. My children attended Catholic school and up until high school, so its omission from the curriculum did not immediately alarm me. Still, I found this strange change in requirements so disturbing, and I was outraged. While so few others seemed to notice or care, I pondered on all the old Wild West movies where I'd seen the ignorant and uneducated mark a crude X on contracts to be presented to them to be signed and agreed to. The educated person who'd have the contract drafted would then sign their name with artistically stylish cursive. Somehow, even when I watched the classic Wild West movies as a small child, this was obvious to me. If a person could not write their name, they could not read. And if they couldn't read, they couldn't comprehend or discern the terms of the contract they just signed. Now, know and understand this. Cursive is still required to learn at private schools, parochial schools, and better schools. So with dread, I anticipate a future distinction where signatures give way to a person's social class. Underprivileged would be identifiable by how one signs their name on important documents using printed lettering, while the educated leave their signature in cursive writing. This would be clearly identifiable on any form in every document that would require a handwritten signature. And this is something I believe we should protect our children against. So with that in mind, with the Everyday Excellence Student Planner, I also included cursive writing and cursive writing practice sheets. And in those practice sheets, I incorporate a bit of history that they can learn while practicing their cursive lettering. Now, I remember when I was a child learning cursive, and they would give us little passages to write about, and it would be about flowers, birds, cats, dogs. It would be, the most, sincere paragraph of folly about an animal or a flower or something information that was nice to read, but wasn't important to retain. What I try to do with my planners is when I incorporate a cursive writing sheet, I give them a bit of history that they can process and learn and understand and appreciate. So with the Everyday Excellence Student Planner, I wanted to encourage young girls to be passionate about school, be passionate about themselves, love themselves, better prepare, plan their day, plan their week, and ultimately get better grades. That was the motivation behind the Everyday Excellence Student Planner featuring Soleil West. Now, part of my challenge with selling this baby has been everyone that comes to me and sees the book is usually a mom. And the first thing they'll say is, "Wow, this is wonderful. But do you have one for boys?" And I'll say, "Well, the series is called A Planner is a Girl's Best Friend, but I understand what you're saying. I'm working on it." So most of the moms, if they bought the girls' planner, they were happy about that. But it seemed, at least to me, so many more moms wanted the planner for their sons. So that part was a struggle. And I've been working on putting together a design for the boys that is just as good as the design that I did for the girls. Now, the struggle is I can't just take those pages from the girls' book and put it in the boys' book. I have to redesign, all of those pages that, or the activity sheets to make them appeal to young men and what they're doing and the things that encourage and keep them engaged. So that part has been a bit of a challenge, mainly because I am a mom of a young man who's interested in sports, but boys are so unique. Each boy is unique. So to tap into the interest of boys, who are not my son, that part has been a bit of a challenge. But I had spoken to some local moms who agreed to sit with me as a focus group to work out the pages for the boys' planners and to give me their feedback. So I'm grateful for that. And hopefully within the next couple of months, we'll have a boys' version of the Everyday Excellence Student Planner. But with the diagram of a check, I asked a friend of mine what his thoughts were, because I gave him, when it was just a mock-up copy, I gave him a copy to look at, and I asked him to take a look and let me know his thoughts. And when he saw the diagram of the check, he said, "What ages do you intend this book for?" And I said, 8 to 10. And I said initially 8 to 10, but seeing how some of the youth nowadays are struggling to read or don't know how to write in cursive, and they're not learning that, that age can actually be pushed a little farther, 10 to 13, seeing how that would be, a better age for them to engage with the cursive writing and to practice it and be self-motivated. And he said, "Well, what about this diagram of the check?" And I said, "Well, yeah, I wanted the young ladies to have a preview of what adult life is like in terms of financial awareness and, how to manage their money and how to count their numbers." And I was motivated by the fact that when I started college at age 17. No, sorry, I was 16 when I started college. I was 16 when I started college, and I noticed as soon as I was on campus, they were giving away credit cards like candy. And they were giving away credit cards without college freshmen having a full understanding of credit responsibility. So by the age of 18, I had gotten a job at a bank, and I had refused to get a credit card until I had gotten a job, because they were giving credit cards even if you didn't have a job. And a lot of students were looking at this as free money and just spending these credit cards up because, we were all broke college students. If we didn't have a job, we were broke college students. And if we did have a job, we were still broke college students, because most of us worked at or near the Hicksville Mall. So whatever little check that was spent in the mall or in the food courts or in Sears or Red Lobster, which was right across the street, or in the supermarket. So even if we had a job, we were broke college students. And when we didn't have a job, we were broke college students. So, understanding that, what that was like, trying to navigate a bank account and a credit card at the age of 18, I just had the understanding that, wow, this is something that young people should learn about before the age of 18, before they're in college. They need to learn about that. So I put the diagram of a check as a preview, because, somewhere along the line, I want to introduce credit cards and credit reports and how to stay on top of these. They're simple documents, but they're not so simple if you don't understand at all what they're doing. So I'd shown a friend of mine, the diagram of the check, and he looked at it and he said, so you're teaching little girls how to write a check and how to endorse a check and what it all means. And I said, yeah, that's my intention. And he said, well, I had no idea how to write a check until my wife taught me. And when he said that, that was like an arrow. It just pierced. And I was like, wow. I said, I just assumed that, by adulthood, people knew these things. I was just trying to give young girls a heads up by the age of 18. It didn't even occur to me that there would be adults that did not know how to write a check, how to endorse a check. So based on that and based on his advice, I designed thinking of a master plan, the master plan planner, and that very same diagram of a check that appeared in the Everyday Excellence Student Planner, I incorporated in the master plan planner for the men, and which is here. Diagram of a check, how to write a check, how to endorse a check. And then I also gave them budget sheets, and thinking of every male customer in the way that I would think of my own son, I would give them like little nuggets of advice as to how little nuggets of advice on things that just sort of helped me stay ahead of the curve when it came to my numbers and crunching my own numbers. Stuff like, if you're not going to pay anything, pay your rent. Pay your rent, pay your rent, pay your rent, right? Also, too, it's better to save, if possible, 10%. 10% of your earnings. The younger you are when you save 10% of your earnings, if you're consistent about that, you can position yourself to have your savings last your entire life. Because most of us, we start working young. And if retirement age is age 65, if we're not in a job or position that funds our retirement, gives us a pension, a job like, let's say, federal government, state government, an educator, a school teacher or college or hospital, city jobs, public service, government. These are the jobs that give you sometimes telecommunication. These are the jobs that you can sit in and you can work. Police, fire, correction officer. These are jobs that you can work, have job security, retire from, and have a pension. But young people don't necessarily know that. So if you don't know that, you need to know about a 401k and how to save in a 401k so that you'll have something in place for retirement. have multiple streams of income, meaning, namely, I suggest a rainy day fund, because there are some days where, if a rainy day should come, it's not always, sunny, sunshine. Every so often, you could be impacted by a contingency, impacted by something that happens that you did not expect. So you save for a rainy day, put money aside in case of an emergency. And in order to put money aside in case of an emergency, if you're in a position or working a job that barely covers your expenses, because most of us are only working paycheck to paycheck, that's when, if we have a gift, something that we do that we enjoy doing, separate and apart from what our main career is, that second and third stream of income is money that, one, we can save, two, we can invest, or three, we can put towards an emergency fund. So if one day we're in the home we own and the roof leaks, we can get the roof repaired. Our car, we need a car repair, we can get our car repaired. Because we get a parking ticket, we cover the parking ticket, because life will hit you with unexpected expenses. So that's what multiple streams of income do for us. It allows us to withstand things that happen, so that we're not caught off guard or going further into debt when something unexpected happens to us that impacts us financially. So these little nuggets of advice I put on each budget sheet, and I call it advice from mom, very specifically, because when I give those nuggets of advice, I'm thinking of my own children, namely my son. Like, here's one: money advice from mom. During a blackout or power outage, cash is king and ATMs are inoperable, meaning during a blackout and a power outage, there's no power, those ATM machines are not working, right? Keep an emergency only cash stash, meaning the ATMs are not working in a blackout. So how are you going to get your cash out of the bank? You could have $50,000 in the bank, hypothetically. Maybe you all have at least 50,000. We say that, put that in the air. But even if we have $50,000 in the bank, if the ATM machine is down and shut down because of a blackout, we can't access any cash. Now, I've learned from experience during a blackout, if you want anything and everything, or anything at all, or to go anywhere, or any assistance at all, if you have cash, you'll get the assistance you need. If you have a credit card and that person doesn't have anything operable, or even cell phones go down during a blackout. So no cell phone, no ATM machine. How are you going to get from point A to point B during a blackout? So, yeah, these are the type of things that I advise in the form of advice from mom. Another one, consider paying off loans with the highest interest rates as soon as possible. The higher the interest rate, the faster they take your money. So, this being the men's planner, I gave them the budget sheet. So the budget sheets were designed for the men's planner first, thinking of a master plan. And I have to shout out the photographer, Mr. Kenny Graham. JB Stars is his brand. And Kenny Graham is JD, as in David Stars, JD Stars Photography. And you can look him up. He's all across social media. Now, I reached out to Mr. Kenny Graham because, one, he's brilliant. And two, we're friends of friends. And even though we had only met maybe 10 years ago, we had so many friends in common. We just kind of wondered, hey, why don't I know you? So Mr. Kenny Graham is also the photographer behind the artwork to the original A Planner is a Girl's Best Friend. And A Planner is a Girl's Best Friend, the original is pretty basic, with the quotes. And I always say it's Black girl inspired, because I would like young women to see themselves in the planner, as in most planners that you see do not feature, at least now, I'm gonna say it this way. Nowadays, we have more and more people publishing planners since the pandemic. It's become trendy. I began publishing these planners in 2016, so I've had some time doing this, and I have been developing the designs on these planners since 2011. And prior to 2011, I had my own 3-ring binder where I was designing my own calendar sheets. So I was designing my own calendar sheets before I ever designed a planner. I had a 3-ring binder, leather bound. It was a designer brand. I'm not going to mention it, but it was a designer brand. And rather than pay that ridiculous price for their planner sheets, I designed my own and went to Kinko's and punched my own holes with, to make it fit the 3-ring binder. And that's how I did it. Then it was my intention to do the same for my mentor, Miss Grace F. Edwards, who was, she was my editor. She was my mentor. She was president of the Harlem Writers Guild. And I wanted to do it as a gift for her 80th birthday. But by the time her 80th birthday rolled around, I had bought the leather-bound 3-ring binder, nice little petite thing, and it was just gorgeous. It was embossed, everything. It was beautiful. And I just wanted to design the sheets and personalize it specifically for her. And in me just having that intention, when it came time to actually do it, there was some kind of I'm gonna call it a mental block. I just couldn't do it. It was like I didn't have the skill, never did it, even though I did my own planner. It was like I couldn't get it together. So a number of years had passed, maybe 1, 2, 3 years had passed, and I'm staring at that leather binder. It was about 5.5 by 8.5 leather binder with zipped, all closed, sealed, brown, beautiful leather embossed. And the leather looked like it had flowers on it, but that was how it was embossed. It was gorgeous. And I would look at that book and I would kick myself like, man, that should have been Grace's book. Every time I looked at it, it should have been Grace's book. So when I ran into some challenges later on, I was looking to release the follow-up book to Love Changes. And I was facing some issues. And I'd rather not go into the issues that I was facing, but the issues that I was facing at the time caused me to pivot. And by pivot, I mean I was going to release a fiction book, but based on what I was experiencing, I decided to release something else. And I started designing these planners. And the beauty of the planner is that when I sell the planner, women come up to me. They say, what is that? I say, it's a planner. They open it up. They say, ooh, and they buy it. Especially since, the quotes that I use are original quote. And in this particular one, the quotes are all original quotes. They're my quotes. And it's stuff that I say around the house, like all day, like to my kids, like, what you pay at the supermarket, what you save at the supermarket, you eventually pay a doctor. Meaning that if you go into a supermarket and you're buying the cheap foods, or if you're buying potato chips and cookies or whatever in the grocery store, eventually that money that you saved on those by eating the snacks and all of those things, they'll wind up turning into health issues. And you're paying the doctors as opposed to eating right and paying for better quality food. So, those kind of quotes are the quotes that are throughout the Planner is a Girl's Best Friend. It's about nurturing young women through advice that at least allow them to think about certain things while they're planning their week, their day, their future goals, their projects. Now, hi, James.
Hey, how you doing, Eartha? Eartha, thank you so much for your time today. Can you remind our audience how they can reach out to you?
Yes. My website for the planners is www.aplannerisagirlsbestfriend.com. And you can reach me on social media, all across social media at Eartha Tone, EARTHATONE. My books are on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and Target.com and Walmart.com. And I'm all across social media, so you can connect with me there.
Excellent. Thank you so much today, Eartha. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you, James.
So, the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to this scholarship fund, or use Cash App that's on the screen below and say $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students, you can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We also want to take this time to thank our sponsors for the Black Business Expo USA sponsors for June 2023 are NC 100, Moody's Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Riche Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shani Global, Executive Women Success Institute, Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and the Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all. Wow. When I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wallace.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? that business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Hi, I'm Barbara Smith. Genius is common. My genius is executive coaching and professional corporate training. As the master executive coach and corporate training ambassador for the Genius is Common movement, I help business owners craft their stories in such a way that you know exactly what they do, what they have, and what they bring to the table. Many times as business owners, we are asked, so what do you do for a living? And we could be crushing in our businesses, but we're not quite sure exactly what to say in a short amount of time. Well, I help you take those stories that are the reason why you're in business and why you're so passionate about your business and craft them in such a way that people are drawn to you as opposed to being repelled by you. Because every conversation, every time you talk to someone about your business, you are excited about it. But are you really conveying what you do, what you have, and what you bring to the table? And do really people understand why you care so much and why they should care that you have the solution to their problem? Well, I'm here to help you with that. As a master storyteller, I can help you with your stories and spin them in such a way that they are intriguing and fascinating. People want to listen to you talk about your business. That's why at the Genius is Common movement, I am the master executive coach and professional training ambassador. That's my genius. And genius? Oh yeah, it's common.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women We must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good morning. Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Eartha Watts Hicks. I am the CEO of Earthatone Enterprises and Earthatone Books. I'm a member of the Harlem Writers Guild, as well as executive editor for Harlem World Magazine and a PR writer and affiliate for blackpr.com. I am your moderator for this session on the Black Business Network's Black Literary Olympics. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, cities all across the United States. And the Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Now, our next speaker is Mr. James Skinner. James Skinner is a long-time trainer and sales professional within the tech, travel, and pharma space. He is a certified debt repair strategist, and James is currently expanding his business. And I'm very eager as an author to speak to James, author, publisher, eager to speak to James about sales, because I know that's his passion. So I present to you James Skinner. Welcome, James.
Hey, how you doing today, Erica? How's that going?
Good. I'm good. Glad to see you here. Glad to have you. And I'm eager to speak to you and find out one, well, I know your personality, so I know you love people,
I
right?
do.
Yeah, and you always, you always love people. You're just wonderful, vibrant, just a lovely person, always. So, how did you identify that you had a gift for sales?
Around the time we met many moons ago, because I was a people person, I had above average speaking skills and social skills, and I did a short stint in stand up. And I tried to kind of put those skills together and use them to my advantage in sales. And the other thing I've also learned over the years is that regardless of what career you're in, you always have to employ sales, whether you're selling yourself in school or for an employer, you sell who you are. And I really took advantage of some of my strengths and molded that into a career for myself.
Right. Now, see, the funny part about being a writer, and you may have even noticed this because we've known each other years and years. I was always that quiet girl in the corner with a pen and a book, right?
Right.
So, being that quiet girl in the corner with a pen and a book, as a writer, I'm a quiet girl in the corner with a pen and a book, but we have to engage the rest of the world as an author. We got to come out of the closet in order to sell the book. So, understanding that, I learned years later that, okay, writing a book is one thing, but book sales is bean counting. You got to sell the book and count the numbers because that's what makes it a business and what keeps you in business. Now, understanding writers like myself are challenged when it comes to sales and challenged when it comes to engaging with people and social skills. Sometimes some of us are challenged with the social skills. What advice do you have for one, how to start and just kind of put our foot out there? Let's start there. How to start.
Sure. So what my mother used to say is that every pot has a lid. So I always say that one of the first things I used to do is search for affinity groups. So I would always try to keep a network of like-minded people. So I'll give you an example. When I used to be in the tech space, if I met one person that liked the product that I felt comfortable with, I would keep that person's contact and make an offer to have that person introduce me to other like-minded people. And then I slowly start to build a network. As it relates to you, what you were saying about being someone who's quiet with a pen in a book. There are other earthers out there who are quiet with a pen in the book. And you start with the people that are closest to you and start to branch out. And you've also done this very well, is that there are affinity groups. So, the people you went to high school with, the people you went to college with, former coworkers. I'm a sales rep, so I'm a member of something called the National Sales Network, which is a group of African-American sales professionals that kind of share information. I'm a big component of working on those affinity groups, Harlem Writers Guild, your local churches. You could start small and build. You never know who knows someone else. Start very small. I had a colleague similar to you who had started writing a DYN book, a do-it-yourself book, DIY book, I guess. And they did their first opening in their church. So they had after service, they invited 40 people from church, had the book out, had a simple discussion about the book, quick Q&A session. But those 40 people knew other 40 people. And that's where things began. And this was someone who was shy. They did the initial launch with friends, family, and church members. And then now they're doing other books. You have to start where you're at. But I'm a big advocate of using your network, and everyone has one.
Wow. I mean, thank you. And thank you for that, because I would not have put that together myself. And you hit the nail right on the head when you said the word shy. And I almost hate to mention the word, but I've been accused of being shy a time or two. I've gotten over it as I've performed and read poetry on stages. I had to get over the shyness, get over the weirdness, and get over the discomfort and learn to embrace. But I've been lifelong shy up until a certain point.
And I think that that's okay. I think that the way I frame it is that it's like jumping into a role. Like you in your essence may not be the person that's in the center of attention, outgoing, but I see it as putting on a role. When I'm in martial arts class, I put on a gi and I become a fighter. But in this role, I have a shirt and a jacket, and I'm in this mode. I think that also it takes preparation. I think that you can, give yourself a script, mention the highlights of the book or of the product, and rehearse so you prepare yourself for those presentations. So I don't think shyness is a barrier. I see it as an opportunity. I see it as an opportunity to just prepare yourself. I'm also an advocate of, when it comes to sales, is actually knowing that product inside and out. So if you're a new author, you have a fiction book, you want to have an idea of who this would be aimed at and what are their pain points. What does your audience crave? And knowing that, you can tailor make your pitch and your presentation to your audience. I'll give you an example outside of the literary, and I'll bring it back to literary. At one time, I was doing a training in the travel industry, and what I did not know at the time is that this particular group of people were disabled. So I had to change the technology to make the print on the interface much larger because they were visually impaired. So I won that client because I spoke to what their needs were. It wasn't a one size fits all solution. That particular group just happened to be they happened to be visually impaired. So I had to modify my pitch, modify the technology, and modify the product to speak to their needs. So same thing could be in a literary sense. If you are a fiction writer, comic book writer, and there's an underrepresentation of women characters, African-American characters, you might want to highlight for your target audience that, coming this week to this presentation, this person has amazing character development that are African-American, women, it has a tech spin. Whatever it is that makes your product unique, you want to make sure that that's included in the bio, included in the description of the book. And then depending upon what those things are, you could start to create a target audience and you'll streamline who you'll send it to. Because I think it's also important, once you kind of get those factors down, you can customize a pitch. If I sent that original product out to groups that were not visually impaired, it would be a waste of time and effort. So by doing that good research, knowing what makes you unique as a writer, customizing a presentation for your target audience, I think you save yourself time, and I think you set yourself up for success.
Wow, that's profound in so many ways, because you said identify your audience's pain points and then connect with their pain points so that they can receive the message you're trying to deliver.
Absolutely.
So that's powerful, because I'm gonna just kind of put on the artist hat so you can kind of get what we are. The artist hat is not even an artist hat; it's a helmet, and we're hard-headed. And in this helmet is our story and our passion for our story. So in writing the story, all we think about is why our story is so special and why we have to create the story vision. So once we step into the author space, we're like, my story is special. My story is special. And we're not receptive to what the readers are saying or what they're looking for or the questions that they're asking. Especially since the one question they ask is, what's your book about? Is your book about your life? Is it about you? What's your book about? And we're passionate about everything that we put into the book, but we're so passionate about everything that we put into the book that we don't know how to engage outside of our vision.
Understood. I think one thing that can help you with knowing how to engage outside of your vision is something that I already see that's being done in that space. Is a lot of times authors will give a sample of their work. Like I've seen it on some of the digital platforms. This goes back to knowing your product and making that product adaptable. So, back when I had a hairline and an afro, there were no digital spaces. People had paper books like what you see behind me. Nowadays, books are not only paper books, but they're on digital platforms. So what I've seen a lot of authors do is they'll do an email or social media blast that may have a quick bio. So for those of us that don't necessarily want to engage in person constantly about, well, what is your book about? What do you do? That blast may have a summation of who you are, what you do, and maybe a chapter or a page from the book. And then you set up another time to have a fireside chat as the author about the book, discussing that page or that paragraph that was sent out. And that will give you a jump start to discuss wherever you want to go. At that point, then you control the narrative. You've given them a bit of who you are, a page or two or three of what you're doing, and then you can then narrate the remaining conversation, and hopefully that will lead into purchase. And then maybe for those that participate in that, you might offer them a 5% discount or something small once they participate successfully, ask certain questions. That would be a way to market yourself. And that's all can be set up online very similarly to what we're doing here.
Now, let me share how brilliant you are, James.
Oh,
what you said is stuff that I have done over the years, but I might have done what you said, part A in year 1, part B in year 5, part C in year 3. I never did it in sequence all together to as in A, B, C, D, E, all for one launch or one event to implement sales. I did a Q&A in May of last year. I had the sample chapters in my first year of publishing. So no, 2 years before I published, I had the sample chapter samples that in the first year I had the sample giveaways, but I didn't put everything together in that way, or even think to ask the church that I grew up in and was baptized in to host a book launch or a book signing. I didn't even think that, so there's so many, just the richness of your advice is amazing, because these are ideas that I had not even thought to put together, because I'm so busy drudging sales and saying, well, I'm a writer, I'm not a seller, I don't like sales, I hate sales, but I'm a writer. And then you get your 5-minute pitch or your 1-minute pitch, you get the pitch down, but a pitch doesn't sell a book. A pitch helps sell the book. It's
no, I agree with you. And I mean, from my experience, what I've been experiencing in the sales world is how much technology has changed how people pitch and market. So for instance, even on the form we're using right now, in the lower left-hand corner, you see this glyph. I was just introduced to that over the last 5 years, the use of that. And what I see people do now, in the past, when you had to really work on heavily promoting yourself, using a lot of your physical time to promote yourself, a lot of people use those glyphs on their business cards, on their phones. So, you know, another smart way I've seen people use this technology is that if they are doing a book signing or an appearance, prior to the appearance, they'll have marketing material with their names and those glyphs. So prior to you even coming, or on your website, social media, someone could swipe or use that glyph, and it could bring up the very same information that we just discussed without having to do a church function, without having to do the in-person stuff. They can get the same experience online. And I think it's such a smart, cost-efficient way to get any kind of product out. You know, a lot of products and people and books, they do, you know, they have YouTube or demo videos. I've seen authors record a fireside chat, put it on social media, attach it to one of these glyphs. So anyone that's interested, all they have to do is use their smartphone. They're brought to that site. They get to kind of know that person, find out what the book is about. And that's, in a lot of ways, marketing that's not going to break the bank. And though it is aimed at a certain dynamic, you are depending upon people who are tech savvy. But let's face it, you know, that does appear to be where things are going. So I say that either adapt or die. Like I'm one of those people. I say you adapt or die. Doesn't mean that you stop doing in-person presentations, but I think it's such an excellent way to get your name out there without having to pass out a dozen business cards, simply having that social media presence. But I think what's even more important is once you have those things out, is old school stuff. Follow up. You'd be surprised how much an admirer of your work is bonded to the notion that you sent a thank you email, a thank you text. You know, so on your first day, you sell 20 books, you have all of these people's social media contacts. Do you know what kind of impact it makes when you say, you know, I really enjoyed meeting you, James, using their name in the transaction and saying thank you, and let them know the next time you're going to appear. Or I say, hey, you know, if you really liked the book and you enjoyed it, send me 2 other people that you think may like it. I'd love to chat with them. That personal touch is something I think people miss using technology. I think you can use technology as a way to expand and increase your sales, but never forget that personal touch. So you can use the technologies, but there's nothing like a little note that says thank you, use their name, and invite them to a future event.
Yeah, and I remember a number of years ago, we met to kind of discuss, and your most valuable piece of advice to me was, no, you said a whole bunch, but the nugget that I kept and I cherished was sales is about relationships, not necessarily so much about the pitch. The pitch is great and the pitch is helpful, but sales is about relationships and understanding who people are, how they are, and nurturing those relationships. So that was like a aha for me.
Oh, well, I appreciate that, and I'm glad it was helpful. I mean, I've learned the hard way that people buy people buy from who they like. You know, you can have a great product, you can have a great book, but you are really what you're selling. Your relationship, your essence. You can have 2 people in the same place, 2 products in the same place, and your experience and how you feel really determines the sell. What's that Maya Angelou quote? Like people about it. She has a wonderful quote about, you know, people never forget how you make them feel. And I'm misquoting Dr. Angelou, may she rest in peace. But that's sales 101. And that's important for an author. I remember many moons ago, I had the opportunity to meet Nikki Giovanni and Sonia Sanchez. And both of them at the time were hawking the books that they were selling. One of them gave a reading, I won't say which one. And they gave a dramatic, beautiful rendition of several of their pieces. And then that I'll never forget that author reading the book, asking us how it made us feel, and giving us an experience. So again, that's another key thing I want to add when it comes to selling, is that you want to give the customer an experience. And everyone has a book, everyone feels that their work is important and great, but what experience are you prepared to give them? So are you prepared to give them 5 minutes of your time at a book signing and tell them what motivated you to write that? Connect with them on a personal level. Those experiences separate people who are successful compared to people who are just average, you know?
Yeah.
But yes, I am a firm believer that relationships, sales is definitely about relationships. People buy from who they like, and people remember how you make them feel.
Wow. Wow. Circling back to Ms. Nikki Giovanni, there was an event, a book signing that she had a number of years ago at Mist Harlem. And the crowd was ridiculously large. It was everybody in Harlem, it seemed like, who loved books and loved poetry was in there. So I must have been on the line, and I might have been 107th on that line. So when I walked over to meet Miss Nikki, I gave her a copy of my novel, Love Changes. And I said, Miss Nikki, would you be so kind as to accept this? And she was like, oh, sure. So then I took a little picture, and I'm like real shy and in the picture with her. And I'm like, yeah, because I've only loved Nikki Giovanni since Tina Marie sang Square Biz,
Right,
so.
right. Of course. There's a wonderful documentary on her life that's streaming. I think it's on Hulu. But yeah,
I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah, it's really good. But I mean, I think her and authors like her do offer a blueprint when it comes to the passion that they have for their work, how they interact with their audiences, and also knowing who their audiences are. I mean, I think that's really important as well. I have another colleague who is a comic book writer and author, and he's so passionate about having diverse cartoon and comic book characters. And as a kid, that was it's embarrassing a little bit, but that was my entry into literary stuff, was comic books initially as a young person. And he creates these complex, beautiful superheroes, but they're based in the histories of people of color. And he does a great job of marketing his comic books to a certain audience, and that audience isn't just people of color, but like history buffs. So what he would do is he would, like if he's doing something on like he had an Indian American superhero, and when he did the book, he sent an email to a few college professors that focused in Indian history, and that was part of their Indian Heritage Month. He offered up a lecture on some of his comic book characters, because they were related to some of the Hindu deities and whatnot. I thought that was an excellent way to kind of brand himself, and that's just one character. But I felt that was a segue of getting into people who, if you're a lover of that type of work, I thought the idea to reach out to the people that he gets the source material from, I thought that was an excellent idea. And they could use that book as a tool in their classroom. Again, knowing how to make your product adaptable. What may start out as a comic book becomes a learning tool in that space.
Right.
With your books that have such colorful and vibrant fictional depictions, may be a joy for me to read Love Changes, but maybe in a space where they're having discussions on relationships, this can be a launching pad. So you never know, you never know what someone will do with your work. So that's why I think people should always keep their options open. You never know what your art can be in certain places.
Right. And And I'm going to say that is the area of challenge that we need to work through as artists, because as writers, a lot of us are so stuck in the footing of being artists that we forget our audience, you know.
I'm also an advocate of if someone really has a barrier towards selling their work, I'm also an advocate of finding someone that understands your vision to help you. I mean, I love a Toyota 4Runner. I cannot fix my Toyota 4Runner, but I look cute in it when I'm in it. But I am humble enough to get the right professional to fix it. Do you know what I mean? So I'm also an advocate of, if you need assistance with that, I think literary people also should seek out sales professionals to at least maybe consult or get advice on how to make their vision a certain way. Like anything else in life, we're all not going to be masters of every single thing, but you can certainly consult and get ideas from other folk. And even as a sales professional, I've had to turn to other sales professionals when a pitch or an idea didn't work. We kind of get together and work out a strategy to make something work. I think that's very important. I don't think we all, I think, and I have this problem as well, is that I don't think we lean on each other enough. I think that's why we're here. There are people in the sales space that are very successful, and some of those techniques work across industry. And I think that you should tap into some of those networks, your literary professionals on how to market and sell product. There are people and professionals out there.
Well, let me say this, James. You are the only James Skinner I know. So when I needed a sales professional to consult with, I reached out to you. So those of us who are willing to pay for that service, we need to reach out to the only person I can recommend is Mr. James Skinner. So let us know how to reach out to you for consulting services and for paid services, especially on every individual case is individual, because we all write different genres. We all, do things a different way and have different pain points and different features that highlight what we do. So for those of us who want a personalized experience and are willing to pay for it, please let us know how to reach you, what you do.
Okay, no problem. You can reach me at jamesskinner@icloud.com and leave your name and telephone number. I'll be glad to assist you.
Thank you, James. And I also want to say, you had mentioned earlier how Maya Angelou said, people don't remember what you said or what you did, but they'll always remember how you made them feel.
Yes.
Now, I had a copy of Love Changes that I personally handed to Nikki Giovanni, right? Now, I probably handed that book to everybody in some position of influence whenever I was in a setting. But maybe about a month later, I got a personal handwritten postcard from Aruba from Nikki Giovanni.
Did you? How did it make you feel?
I nearly fainted, honey. I had to lean on the building until I got some air. Some support. And then I walked home in a daze.
That's a fantastic story. And and doing exactly what Miss Giovanni did for you to do that for someone else. Can you imagine the impact? That's a great story, by the way. I met her years after I graduated from college. A friend of mine invited me back to college because she was speaking, and I had a chance to sit down and talk to her. And you would have thought Michael Jackson was there. I was just like, I love Nikki Giovanni.
Me too.
And she's fantastic. So yes, that's great testimony. And I hope to be hearing that you're writing handwritten little notes to some of the people that enjoy your work, because I'm sure that will impact sales and give people great experiences.
And I will give that a try, because I never even expected that. You know, I was like, wow, this stationery is nice. Who was to buy? And when I flipped it over and saw her name, because she wrote it handwritten, and then it had her name on the actual stationery, I had to collect myself. It was so I was overwhelmed with just appreciation.
Yeah, and I mean, it says a lot about the person. It says that they thought about you individually, that they took the time out to acknowledge you, and you want to give the people that you offer your book, your art to, those same warm fuzzies. And it's the same in the travel space, in the pharma space. You want to make things personal.
Yeah.
It's the same, because we're all people. It's the same thing. When you buy something from a store and the person remembers your name and says thank you,
Mm-hmm.
You're more apt to go back to that store. You form a connection with that product. Every time you think about Nikki Giovanni and you think about that experience. So
Exactly.
that's what I would want for your work, is that when
Right.
I think about Eartha Watts Hicks, I want to think about the letter that she sent to me, or, because I have Love Changes and I read it, and you wrote something on the copy that I have. And whenever I think about you, I think about, that's the first time I knew that you were a writer, and you were kind enough to, like that, you made that experience personal. It wasn't just picking up an arbitrary book off a shelf. I now have a personal connection to Love Changes.
Wow. Well, James, thank you so much for taking the time to enlighten us, because that's exactly what you did. You enlightened me, and I'm gonna have to take some notes, reevaluate, reassess, and start doing things just a little bit better. And I'm grateful for you for that. And I'm looking forward to incorporating some of these ideas and seeing how things go from here. So thank you so much, James.
You're very welcome. Thank you for the opportunity.
Oh, you're welcome. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
See you on the
Whew. Wow. Okay, well, this is the Black Business Network's Black Publishing Olympic. And we just had Mr. James Skinner's insights on sales and relationship building, and how to get ourselves across to readers and audiences in a way that's impactful. And so brilliantly and effortlessly and flawlessly relayed, just natural. He's a natural at what he does. So those of us who are looking to invest in that kind of service for that one-on-one attention, please reach out to James Martin Skinner. And so the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. So you may go to www.blackbusinessexpo.usa to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below. That's a QR code, or you can enter $BBXUSA in the search window. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students, and students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for February 2024. NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richet's Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Suppliers Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Wanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
You are in the right place at the right time.
The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III, and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world.
Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is James Skinner. I'm a B2B sales consultant, and I am your moderator on the Black Network, Black Literary Olympics. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to inspire, empower, and educate businesses about business. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is the author Montoya Smith, aka Black Socrates. He was born in Honea Path, South Carolina, and he vividly remembers the Ku Klux Klan conducting a yearly march through his town up until the time he was 11 years old before they ended. He would become the first Black student council president in his middle school's history before graduating high school and attending the U.S. Air Force Academy. Upon receiving his commission as an officer in the Air Force, his first assignment was working the USAFA Academy's Minority Enrollment Office, ensuring other minority high schoolers also got a chance to attend the academy. At his next base, Shore Air Force Base, he served as president of the Black Heritage Committee for 3 years before getting out of the military. As a civilian, he has worked as an after-school instructor for the YMCA and the International Charter School of Atlanta. Currently, he is the curator and owner of the Mental Dialogue Community Club. It's a nationwide virtual neighborhood dedicated to the advancement of African Americans. He is also the host of the Mental Dialogue live podcast every Saturday at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. You can listen live at mentaldialogue.com. Welcome, Montoya. And we'll see you on the other side.
Thank you so much for having me this morning.
You're very welcome.
Well, I wanted to showcase my book. Got a couple of guests coming in here with me. Good morning, Latrice. How you doing?
Good morning. How are you?
All right. I'll go ahead and I guess introduce them to you while we hopefully get a meal on as well. But Latrice, you are a diversity consultant. You've also co-hosted the Mental Dialogue talk show that was just mentioned in my bio. So anytime I'm doing these hard conversations on race, sex, and culture, I love to have you, if you will, as I always say, ride in the saddle with me to have these tough dialogues, because we specialize in those, as mentioned in the bio, every Saturday morning. And so I'm glad to have you co-hosted with me, if you will, for this time to go over the book. And again, I'm hoping we're getting other guests in there. But if you will, Latrice, just give them a little bit of your background so they understand why I choose you, if you will, to help me co-host some of these tough conversations.
Sure. I'm Latrice Ross. I'm a diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging consultant. I've been doing this work since around 2012. So quite a few years in doing this. So I work with corporations to develop strategies to be more inclusive, as well as provide executive coaching and training for organizations along those same topics.
Beautiful. Okay. I don't know if there's a delay with getting the meal on, so maybe we'll go ahead and do one of the pieces from the book. And so again, my book dropped in March of last year. It was Re-Education of the Negro, Necessary Conversations on Race, Sex, and Culture. And so the book is designed to actually have the same type of dialogues we do every Saturday. Okay, well, there we go. We got my brother Emil on. So right before I go into the first piece, let's introduce Emil. Thank you, King, as I like to say, for being on with me this morning. If you will, Emil, go ahead and give them a little bit of your background. You also call in, and as I always tell my callers, call them intellectual outcasts, and they call in to give us 3 cents. Every time you call in, you give us 4 cents. So if you will, brother, give a little bit of your background, and then we'll get into the first piece and walk through the book, if you will.
For sure. Emil Bryant. I'm the founder and president of Go Ikigai LLC, which is a consulting firm. I'm outside of the Washington, D.C. area in Northern Virginia, and my focus is on purpose. So the Japanese call it Ikigai. I have developed a system by which I can help people discover, recover, or uncover their purpose, and then center that in their business and their life so that they have a life of meaning for the rest of their life, while at the same time building a business that makes them money, or at least enjoy to their heart's extent. So for me, it's been a pleasure. I'm an Air Force veteran. I'm also an Air Force Academy graduate. So I have a ton of experience inside and outside the military sector, as well as a consultant running my own business and working for Fortune 500 companies. So it's an honor to be here with you, Montoya, and truly a pleasure to offer my 4 cents.
No, absolutely. Okay, so with that said, you are familiar with this piece, but to share it with the audience, again, this book, Re-Education of the Negro, it is designed for dialogue. You can read it straight through, but it's actually more for dinner parties or people that like to have tough conversations on race, sex, and culture. So to get this thing started, we'll read through one of the pieces. I think it's like 75 different commentaries in the book, but this one is called Black Socrates Speaks on Race, and we'll have a dialogue on it. It says, as African Americans, don't ask me to forget my race. Instead, I'm telling you to respect my race. Once the majority understands this, we can finally progress. Although I was disturbed to see this article plastered with the headline, GOP Governor Bobby Jindal, racism wouldn't exist if minorities would just act like white people. I was equally disturbed by the accompanying commentary that suggested his intent was also progress. Trust me, I'm fully aware of the current sentiment in America to claim racism no longer exists, but we must work hard to keep perspective. This onus should not fall on us as Black people, but failure to distinguish actual racism versus perceived racism hurts our cause as well. I think Black people must own the fact we've cried wolf a few too many times, and now clear and evident cases of racism often go unrecognized. Many whites are so tired of being accused of being racist, they've become unaware of how their backlash against this sentiment is a deeper form of racism that significantly affects our country's ability to come together. People continue to suggest that groups shouldn't label themselves when in fact the failure to recognize and respect those labels in the past plays a significant role in today's progress or lack thereof. Professing that Black and brown communities should just emulate the excellence of other communities is not that simple without recognizing the historical privileges still prevalent in our country. Just as Kwame Ture, formerly Stokely Carmichael, suggested, we must be careful not to confuse the success of a few with the success of many. If neither side owns their part in this, we are at serious risk of reversing the progress of the last 50 years. If we continue to dig in for the next 25 years, it will be pretty difficult to navigate race, gender, sexual orientation issues until today's babies finally get it right. I saw a PBS special last year that suggested the upcoming fight will be gray versus brown. The baby boomers coming of age and having to relinquish their property to the future browning of America, increasing minority populace. In the past, most have generally bought and sold their property to people who look like them. That won't be the case over the next 25 years. It's up to us. If it is up, it's up to us whether this is a war of attrition or can we find a way to realize the American dream without this battle. Yes, I want to be judged by my character, but also I want others to recognize the way my heritage and culture affect my character. Just my 3 cents. All I ask is that you think. Latrice, I'll start with you. Any thoughts before we get into the discussion questions?
I remember him making that statement, and it kind of sent my mind swirling in a lot of different directions. I do agree with your premise, the premise of the article for the most part. Although I do take a little bit of issue with the crying wolf part. As that unless someone has outright done something fraudulent, I don't see discussing your lived experiences as crying wolf.
Now, fair enough. I'll say this and I'll let Emil give his thoughts and then we'll get into the discussion questions. I'll just highlight there are incidents where I would offer that sometimes we use the word racism so quickly that the situation may not always be racism specifically itself, to the extent that sometimes I'm just using the analogy of crying wolf to apply, in my opinion, the times that we sometimes get it wrong or it's not correctly labeled. So I'm not trying to be right. I'm just highlighting
Right.
a clarity
And
on
that's,
what I mean.
and that didn't change my perspective, because again, someone's perception of an experience may be different than your perception of that. And since they lived that experience, there may be some additional info that's not available.
No, it makes sense. Emil, your thoughts, and then we'll get into the discussion questions.
Yeah, so we live in a society where it's very difficult to discern when it's not racism, and that's one of the problems that we face as Black people in America consistently. Is a normal bad boss who doesn't know how to lead is easily confused with a very good racist. And so we don't always have the ability to discern which is which, because our lived experience defaults to racism. So for me, crying wolf is kind of an exaggeration, in my opinion, in terms of what we experience. But the other part that was important in that part was we're really struggling to figure out how to ignore / accommodate the people who would oppress us. And if we try to ignore them, they make themselves known and heard. When we try to accommodate them, they take advantage of our accommodation. So we're always in this loop, in my opinion, where we have to vacillate between what do I do with you that maximizes my ability to do what I want to do or try to do and minimizes your ability to hurt me, or do I just press ahead knowing that there might be an effect I'm ignoring specifically because if I pay attention to it, it'll detract me from my goal. And I think Black people in America have been stuck between that rock and a hard place for a couple of centuries now, and we haven't figured it out. And I don't know that we can without either an accommodation from the other side or a resolution within our people that we say to ourselves, yes, the resistance is and will always be there, and no, we can no longer allow it to affect our agenda. Whatever that agenda is, even if it's a minority of us picking that agenda, we may have to make that decision, but we can't make that decision very easily because we vacillated between that rock and a hard place.
All right, sounds good. And so as I highlight, the book is more for discussion than just simply do you agree with me as the author or disagree with me. And so some of the pieces actually have discussion questions. And so I'll go back to you, Latrice, on this first discussion question. Again, the highlight, the idea is, what does the piece make you think about, not just whether you agree or disagree with me. So the first question is, since race is a social construct, should African Americans be so concerned with the recognition of their history / heritage in America? Your thoughts to that question, Latrice.
Culture doesn't necessarily always revolve around race. And so I think it is important that we are able to recognize our heritage and culture in America. Back when I was growing up, they talked about this country being a melting pot, meaning that everyone came here and you blended in. We now know that that's not what we are. Some people call it a box of crayons, others call it a salad, where all these pieces are thrown in and you still maintain your history and your heritage. I think is important for us because for a lot of us, that's a part of who we are intrinsically. And so one should not have to give up our heritage and our history and our culture just to belong in this country.
Sounds good. Emil, your thoughts to that question as well?
Yeah, I agree with Latrice, and I'm going to add something to it. If this nation was to articulate our history with the same vigor it does its own founding fathers, as it were, then I would be more agreeable to the idea that we could blend our cultures together, or we could quote unquote ignore our culture. But the fact remains that this culture has systematically ignored the contribution of African descent people from day one and reluctantly acknowledged us. So for us to abandon our use of our understanding, our celebration of heritage, culture, and history would be, I think, a form of suicide, because we're not being celebrated. We're not showing who we are to ourselves, much less our nation. And we run the risk of assimilating ourselves to death. So for me, no, you couldn't ask me, you couldn't pay me to give up the history and heritage and culture that I have. What I will say is, if this nation ever does truly embrace and acknowledge that history, that would be a step on the road toward full assimilation in the right way.
Now, fair enough. I'll add this to what you just said, and I'll give everybody a little insight behind the question as well. So, what I'll add to what you just said, Emil, we know we're like in the middle of Black History Month, if you will, and some people know the history was started because of Carter G. Woodson, quote unquote, the father of Black history, started Negro History Week. At the time, he was honoring Abraham Lincoln and Frederick Douglass because in his eyes, they had done the most for Black people, in the early 1900s. So that's how he saw it. But I always tell people that if he knew there was a Black History Month, he would actually turn over in his grave, because his original goal of even creating Negro History Week at the time was, hey, there's all these, as you said, Emil, these African descended historical contributions to this country that have not been recognized at all, especially at that time. So his thought was, let me go find and dig up these actual facts, because he thought they would be added to the natural history of this country, because that's what they are. And so his goal was to find them, thinking they will be added to the public school curriculum. So to have it expand into a Black History Month was really actually the antithesis of what his original goal was in finding those actual contributions. So just a little history lesson to add to what you just said. A little context behind the question. Again, the idea is to create dialogue. So I'll share this real quick, giving people a little insight on the book. So the question says, since race is a social construct, should African Americans be so concerned with the recognition of their history and heritage in America? So the question, just for giving people a little background, is because we're starting to better understand that race is a social construct. It's not, in a sense, what we've kind of been taught it to mean. And there's a period in history which obviously race was used specifically against our descendants in the way that it's been used. And it's kind of the only way that we've known it, right? And so the sentiment behind the question is, as people become to better understand the construct that race is, to a degree, the construct of race is somewhat a made up thing. And so I asked the question because it's kind of like, as you come into that, the next, in my eyes, because our country does such a good job in a sense at hiding our contributions for one, and being dismissive of the race. So the question is also kind of getting ahead of the game is, well, since it's a made up thing, should we even have to recognize it? Like, that's where I would foresee our country going. So it's almost like a question to remind us, as that happened, let's make sure we realize the importance of our history. So it's kind of like challenging, the question is kind of challenging where we're headed as people come to understand race as a construct. And it is a construct. There's no disagreeing with that. But I know our country will easily use that as an excuse to dismiss our history. So I wanted to make sure I was challenging our own people. Don't let that happen. That's the mindset behind that question. All right. Next question. And I'll start back with you, Latrice. Number 2, are some of the policies, actions geared towards maintaining status quo privilege and power for whites? Or I'm sorry, let me make sure I read it right. Are some of the policy actions geared toward maintaining status quo privilege and power for whites, or will the demographics of this country eventually render white privilege null and void? Your thoughts on that question?
I think that a lot of the machinations that we see taking place are designed to continue to allow the global minority to maintain power. Or at least to ensure that those who are not a part of that demographic don't grab the power. So, it's two sides of the same coin, but I do believe that things are being positioned so that should their populations continue to decrease, that they will still be able to maintain power. They're doing those things now.
Emil, your thoughts on question number 2?
Yeah, so that's a valuable thing. To go back to what you were saying, that race is a social construct, it is, and so is all of society, right? Poverty is a social construct. Wealth is a social construct. These are all things that are not, quote unquote, natural. We invent them as a society. And so this society has invented whiteness as a privilege. And as a privilege, it has been accommodating white people as we understand them to be on top of the social heap. So what Latrice said is very valuable, but to me, there's depth to that. And the depth is that if you're going to see whiteness as a privilege, then the people who privilege from it most must have a mechanism by which they maintain that privilege, or they will become something they themselves cannot value, right? So that social position of whiteness has to be maintained by those who either support or are white. And so what you will see as defined by our race is a social construct. So what we have is a concept that we are seeing defended tooth and nail, to the point where I have seen different reports and essays where there may be a nuclear conflagration over whiteness as a privilege. And we will see whether or not the people who threaten nuclear war, which we all have lived under the threat of nuclear war our entire lives, would resort to that level of force to maintain the racial hierarchy we know today.
Wow. That's an extreme. Wow. And just a little context behind that question. It's just kind of just reiterating, as I mentioned, the future battle of gray versus brown, if you will, in a sense, those labeled under whiteness as they become elderly and want to pass their things down. It's just kind of a question to kind of contemplate around that new concept. And if we're honest, as mentioned in the piece, I use gray versus brown because we have already been, this piece was written in 2014 actually. And so I think even at that time, we had already been quote unquote surpassed by, if you will, Hispanics, if you're going to label them as brown, as the second largest demographic population wise in the country. And so it's just kind of also adding an awareness to even, because sometimes we get stuck in our own construct, and the majority, historically, we've been the second largest demographic for many years in this country. Unfortunately, after the Native Americans were pretty much pushed into non-existence, if you will. And so it's just kind of like also making us aware of that reality, and even having us think about what does that even mean as we become, if you will, well, we've already become the third largest population wise. We're still the second largest voting bloc as of now, but even that's going to be threatened here pretty soon. If I don't know if threat is the correct word, but it's still just being aware of, and even just to highlight the politics of it real quick, the reality is if we feel like there's not much we get currently, imagine what that looks like if and when we do become the third largest voting bloc versus being the second largest as we currently speak. So just something for us to be more aware of things that maybe we should consider important, that sometimes in your day-to-day you can lose sight of the demographics of what's really happening. And to both of your point, because of what's happening demographically, you were right, Latrice, we are seeing policies that are associated with trying to protect that quote unquote power. Again, this really is challenging our community to become more aware of what's actually happening and what's behind it. So again, that's kind of what's behind that question. Let's go to number 3, Latrice. African Americans have never owned more than 2% of the wealth in this country, even when Black Wall Street and other wealthy Black enclaves existed before integration. Can African Americans close the wealth gap without reparations? Your thoughts, Queen?
I'm going to say no on that. And I'm not looking at reparations as a check or money. I think any plans for reparations for descendants of formerly of enslaved Africans would require policies in place to begin to undo some of the damage that's been done. For instance, with redlining and home ownership, that although it's no longer done overtly, we still know that it's being done covertly. We see that when Black people get their homes appraised, and if it's obviously a Black-owned home, those homes in some instances have come back at lower value. And then when those people turn it over to make the home look as if it's owned by someone that's white, then miraculously the appraisal for that home goes higher. Additionally, with unconscious bias and the fact that a McKinsey report stated that Black people won't receive wage parity for 97 years at the current rate. So if we're not receiving wage parity, there is no way that we can begin to close the gap. So yes, reparations are required, but not just simply a form of a paycheck, but by policies in place to undo or right many of the wrongs that have been done in the past.
Emil, your thoughts on question number 3?
Black people in America have had to deal with so many unconstitutional means by which they have been repressed. It boggles the mind when you read through the history. And I say unconstitutional because part of what Latrice is mentioning, I need to emphasize, because she's talking about policy. Most of the policies, especially the ones in the states, were unconstitutional policies. There was supposed to be equality under the law. And those inequalities were not just countenanced by those in power, they were often propagated by those in power. So we have this problem that's twofold. Not only do we need redress of those grievances, but we need to ensure that there is a healthy recognition of the unconstitutionality of all of those things that happened in the past and the correct redress from a constitutional perspective. That to me is much more important than dollars in a bank account. The way the current system is set up, the way the current economic system is set up, that money will trickle through hands and matriculate to the wealthiest 1% in a relative short order. If you any windfall from any demographic outside of the top 1 or 10%, any windfall is squandered by those who get it within 1 to 3 years, right? That's an inheritance, that's lottery. It doesn't matter the windfall. In 1 to 3 years, it usually goes away. I think reparations as a check would be the same. So what I would prefer is that we have a more constitutional redress based on the fact that we have unconstitutional history that needs to be corrected. That would be those policies that Latrice mentioned, but also looking at in terms of forward-thinking education, forward-thinking investments in terms of education, forward-thinking investments in terms of health and healthcare. We need all of those things in order for us to catch up. Otherwise, we're going to end up at a space where we would have more money without more infrastructure to support our use of that money or to preserve the wealth that we would inherit if we were to get a single check for reparations.
Now, fair enough. Love both of your thoughts on that third question. Again, this is from, if you're just tuning in, Re-Education of the Negro, Necessary Conversations on Race, Sex, and Culture, a book I dropped in March of last year. Again, it's designed for these type of discussions. I'll highlight a little insight behind this question, and then we'll go to the second piece. So I led with a sentence before I asked the question saying, hey, African Americans have never owned more than 2% of the wealth in this country, even when Black Wall Street and other Black enclaves existed before integration. So I highlighted that statement to turn around and ask, well, about reparations, to highlight that even in times that we actually romanticize, let's call it what it is, when it comes to our Black enclaves, and while a lot of them destroyed and they're still not very good written history or publicized history, I should say, about what happened to all of those enclaves. We've heard of, what happened to Black Wall Street, out in Oklahoma, Rosewoods, or whatever, what happened to Winston-Salem. Some of these things have now come to light, if you will, but there were a lot other ones where there was lakes built over them and the people pushed out kind of thing. A lot of things happened with those wealthy enclaves. But to a degree, as we discovered those enclaves, to a degree, even within our own Black culture, we've romanticized them to the period, to the assumption that that's what was happening for a lot of Black people at those times. And the reality, to your point, Emil, is it still was, if you will, the matriculation of that 1 to 2%. They were able to take advantage of those enclaves. And while that history absolutely should be highlighted for what they were able to do even during those times, we cannot make the mistake of saying, hey, well, if we just act like they acted at Black Wall Street, we'll be fine today, because we're not realizing that the other 90% of African Americans at that time, we didn't want to be sharecroppers because that was our choice. It was the lack of resources and the ability to move to a quote unquote Tulsa, Oklahoma, to even be a part of an enclave. A lot of times people forget about the lack of immobility when there's a lack of resources. That applies currently right now as we speak. So again, it was kind of to go ahead, jump in, Emil.
So I agree, but I think there's another side to this, another perspective, and that is, if you look at those enclaves that were doing well, they did not have but one, maybe two generations of time to build. So in other words, I would have loved to have seen what would happen after 3, 4, 5 generations, because those enclaves were more generous. They were more socially capitalistic than the majority culture. In other words, if you go back and you read about Tulsa, you read about Rosewood, you read about Winston-Salem, they were generally more accommodating of trying to bring people into success. So they were pulling people in. They were creating schools. They were creating institutions. They were creating banks. They were creating opportunities to bring more people into that middle class, as it were. So I think there would have been and if you look at the wealth that they accumulated in the time that they existed, there was this rapid acceleration from literally nothing as the formerly enslaved to having these enclaves in 40, 50 years. So there's this potential that had those gone unfettered, many, many more people who right now we look at as being excluded would have been included because of that rapid growth and because of that more socially acceptable way. We were more community oriented in our capitalism. By design, we knew the effect of capitalism unchecked. We had mechanisms, social mechanisms in place to create more wealth and spread that wealth among more people. Were there going to be very wealthy Black people? Of course. But were there going to be more middle class Black people? Absolutely. And I think had we seen those gone unmolested, we might have seen those sharecroppers pulled out of sharecropping or become more profitable farmers as those communities flourished.
Fair enough. And again, I was just kind of highlighting how we look at that history to think somehow that doing that alone would catch us up. And it's that I'm just kind of highlighting that. And so, and I would even just to throw this out, since you put it out there, I would challenge that they were as inclusive as you're suggesting. They absolutely catered to the other 1% to create those enclaves quite often. So that's the history I feel like I found. But again, just throwing it out as a thought. But let's go ahead and move on to the next piece. Again, thank y'all for dialoguing with me in that piece. Again, this is how the book is designed. So let's go to the next piece, a much shorter piece. This one doesn't have any discussion questions. So it's really just give your general thoughts to the premise behind this actual piece. This one is called Black Socrates Speaks, the Black Community and the Why. We often label why something happens as an excuse in the Black community. People would demand that we do better People would demand that we do better as if that can certainly occur without discussing how we got in the unwanted position in the first place. They'll say we already know how we got here, but unfortunately, that does not address the why. Therefore, calls to action are typically devoid of solutions because the cause or the why is rarely explored. Only when the why is addressed properly can we reverse engineer the solution. To continue disregarding the why is like moving a fruitless tree to more fertile ground, but never addressing the disease that now makes it barren. It may bear fruit by planting in more fertile soil, but never deliver an abundance of fruit without removing the infection first. Just my 3 cents. All I ask is that you think. Go ahead, Latrice, your thoughts to that piece.
I think that it's important to understand the why when you're working on solutions. When I go into an organization to begin to consult with them, one of the things that I always request is that we conduct an audit to determine the current state, but also to perhaps begin to identify the root cause of some of those issues. If you don't determine the root cause, the why, then any solution that you develop it's a 50-50 chance of working, because you don't know if you're hitting the mark or if you're just throwing good effort after bad. So understanding the why and the contributors to that why is going to be essential as it comes to developing solutions.
Emil, any thoughts to that piece?
I know I have an active enemy. I never doubt it. I never doubt that there is a force that is actively trying to dismantle my progress every day. And that if that force is not checked, rechecked, double checked, and checked again, it will dismantle the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. It will dismantle any economic progress we've made. It will dismantle policies that we've established for our survival in this nation. I'll never forget that. And the reason why that's important is because our why is commingled with that threat. Our why is often a response to that threat. Our why is often a result of that threat. As a people, if you just allow us to be on the normal distribution of AKA the bell curve, there's going to be some of us who do poorly, some of us who do well, and a lot of us in the middle. That is a normal distribution. The fact that we do not have the normal distribution in our culture relative to the rest of this population tells me that there is an artificial force acting on our ability to flourish. So if we ignore that and focus inwardly and say, what's wrong with us? Let's do our part without managing the threat, we will have lost the ability to help ourselves to the maximum extent possible. Yes, we must look inward. We must do the homework. We must do the root cause analysis. We must make sure that we're doing our part. But an exclusive internal look is dangerous, in my opinion. You also have to look externally and make sure you understand your threat environment. You understand who's doing what to you or who's trying to do what to you. Because if you let them do what they want to do, then all of your internal work will be thwarted. And to me, it's not a either or proposition, it's both and. We must do the internal work. We must find out what we did wrong, why we did it, how we can prevent it from happening again. But we also must look externally to ensure we shield ourselves from an ongoing and active threat.
And can I just add, determining that why involves that external environment. It's not just talking about, not just an inward self-awareness perspective, because oftentimes our why they do come from external sources. And so we definitely need to identify who and what those are so that we can then begin to work towards solutions to mitigate those obstacles to our progress.
I couldn't agree more.
So absolutely. Here's just to get this kind of, I'll add to this dialogue, if you will, respond to it as well. And so, Latrice, absolutely, whatever the why is, whether that's internal or external, using y'all terms, at the end of the day, without the why, you can't come to a solution. And so, you and me, Emil, we kind of get caught up in there's never going to be a threat outside of, that type of thing. Or, we kind of disagree on the extreme of the, because I feel like human nature is wherever you are on earth, that external thing is whatever the dilemma of that environment is. It might be classism, it might be racism, it might be religion and that type of thing or whatever. And so humans, in my opinion, have the proclivity to kind of rely on a system or a narrative. And where we do agree is those narratives can play a role in the why. I'm not caught up in that it's an active enemy that's focused on me or whatever, but to where I do agree with you is it absolutely can be dangerous to try to move without consideration for anything else other than being singly focused. And part of the reason that I even have this piece is because I've watched groups come together quite often and get bogged down on the approach. And somebody may go into the history, start going into some of the history, and they're going into the history to dig out some of the why or what narrative or what policy is still at play. So sometimes they're going into the history in an attempt to explain that. And sometimes in that same room, again, this is a group that's looking to come together and create progress. Then there'll be a dialogue maybe for some who've progressed to a certain space, maybe whether in business or they're even a community leader for that matter or whatever. And so they've made some level of progress under the certain on the current circumstances. And so quite often they'll cut that person off going into the history saying, we already know the history. Why do we have to spend time on that when here's how you can make progress? And I'm sitting back going, are you going to have a correct solution if you don't have a full assessment of the problem? And although we have this historical, like to Latrice's point, although we have this historical history, if you will, what is behind why that particular, whatever issue we're looking at, right? What's behind that happening? And we can't just simply say it was racism. Let's find out, in this example, talking about the Black community, it might be a particular policy or a particular thing. If it's still in play, to Latrice's point, you come up with a solution and it's a 50-50 chance. And so even somebody who's personally been progressive and done their thing, they're going to go out and maybe they're right. Maybe we progress using those methodologies. But if we don't, you won't even know why, because you didn't want to go into the history to find out the why. And so that's the dialogue of saying, hey, let's not cut our attempts to come together and progress without figuring out the why first. Once you've identified the why, now you have an opportunity on what's the most effective way to go forward. So that's kind of the insight behind the piece. Go ahead, Emil.
I agree. I think the why is super important. And part of the why has to be not only why are we here, but why do we want to go forward? There's got to be a positive vision of tomorrow that engages our enthusiasm and our focus. Otherwise, what we'll do sort of create a new status quo that doesn't really do anything. So addressing the past is really important, but also we have to be very focused. And sometimes I think we forget this in our culture, because we've been so beat down by so many different forces over time that we forget how important it is to imagine a viable, vibrant, beautiful future, and then begin to build the tools and the resources that allow us to achieve toward that thing. So yes, we have to mine the past. We have to look at the internal and external as we're modeling it now. And Montoya, I will always disagree with you that human beings are human beings, because I believe left to their devices, we will find different ways to work together versus different ways to discriminate. I think that's part of the problem that I see over time, is that we're not giving ourselves as human beings in America enough ways to work together, because we are so stuck on working on the things from the past. And if we had something that could galvanize us, a vision that we could all want to go forward, and we could mine the lessons of the past as we build that vision of the future, and then organize the resources and the effort to achieve that vision, I think we would do remarkable things in relatively short times. I think we have history that proves that. If you look at what we did in North Carolina after the Civil War, if you take a look at what a lot of Black people did during Reconstruction, in about 15 years, you saw incredible progress in the Black community, but that progress was artificially stunted. And to me, we can have another revival of that kind of energy, maybe not quite as much, because we were concentrated and more, I won't say monolithic, but we were more homogeneous in terms of culture back then. But at the same time, there could be a smaller core of people who are accelerating with that same spirit, mining the past and building a very vibrant, beautiful, positive view of the future.
Yeah, I'll just throw out a few things in what you said. I think humans are proven to work, have been proving since their existence that they figured out how to work better together. Like humans have constantly figured it out, even with the history that we have currently. So I think humans already proved that to a degree. I would also challenge you saying the hope for the future. I would throw out never forgetting that there's an active enemy actually goes against the concept that you have of believing that we could have a brighter future. So I would challenge you within your own words that I'm always going to challenge you on this concept that there's never going to be an active in, like getting locked into that positioning actually defeats the idea of the future can be hopeful. And again, I look at humans every day, because prior to the pandemic, the world had the most people that has ever had upon it, if you will, and we had the least amount of abject poverty. We had the people living the longest that they've ever lived. Like, these are things that we become aware of because it is natural to focus on problems. So I think humans do figure out every day how to live better. But thank y'all for an amazing discussion this morning. Thank you, Mr. Skinner, for having us this morning.
Guys, this was an amazing conversation. Can you just remind the audience how we can reach each of you?
You're on mute, Latrice.
Hi, I'm Latrice Ross, and you can reach me. My website is humanizingdiversity.com. I'm on LinkedIn as linkedin.com/Latrice Ross.
Emil?
I am Emil Bryant. You can reach me at myname.com, right there, emilbryant.com, or at startwithasparkle.com, which is the name title of my book, startwithasparkle.com. So myname.com or startwithasparkle.com. You can actually reach out to me from my website by email or set up an appointment.
Okay, and then Mr. Smith?
Now, thank y'all again very much. I'm active on social media on IG at mental_dialogue, and you can go to mentaldialogue.com as well to reach me, and go to Amazon, if you will, and pick up Re-Education of the Negro and have one of these active discussions. Thanks again for having us.
Okay, well, genius is common, and we're going to see you on the other side. Take care, guys. All right, so the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. The Expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or you can use Cash App on the screen below and say $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We'd also like to thank our supporters for February 2024, NC 100, Moody's Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Riche Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Marjorie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Hello LLC, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shaney Global, 5-Star BDM Media, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Forces Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need to succeed in today's competitive marketplace. Join us today as we collaborate together with businesses from around the world to support our children, students, and young future entrepreneurs, Black businesses and corporations. We raise funds for students going to college and young entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be business owners, and we invite you to be a contributor today. Visit the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to connect with and learn more about how the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics can help you not only share your amazing business story to businesses, but also serve future generations. Hello, my name is David Jones, CEO and co-founder of the Hello LLC, where we help businesses build a culture, brand and experience, and leverage technology to pivot into Web3. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into Roku, Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Spotify, Twitch, and Google Podcasts. Tune in, turn on, and let's thrive.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business.
Have you ever seen a parent stressed out and needed a stress reliever with their child? One morning I was coming out of a store and saw a mother and her 3 or 4-year-old son. She was highly upset, actually beginning to yell at him. However, the more upset she became, it seemed the calmer the child became. He sat down on the sidewalk, crisscross applesauce, folded his arms, and looked up at her with a smile. You see, the angrier she became, the calmer he became, because he had the control of the situation. Hi, I'm Frizelma Lynn. I am the CEO and founder of Frizelma Teaching Parents, LLC. I'm a retired teacher, school district administrator, an author, speaker, and I am the Parenting 911 coach. My mission is to rescue families by equipping parents with proven, effective, and practical strategies to enhance their parenting skills. Many times we as a society expect parents to teach, train, and raise their children without providing the necessary tools they need to accomplish this. However, parenting issues cannot be resolved without intervention. Therefore, Frizelma Teaching Parents has provided coaching programs, digital courses, and live webinar trainings to provide step-by-step research-based parenting strategies, even for parents whose children are disrespectful, defiant, for those who have been diagnosed with ADD and ADHD, and even for parents of adult children. No longer will you have the need to feel like you are a failure as a parent. You'll now have the tools needed for each situation. Trust me on this one. Go to www.parenting911.org. Book a 15-minute strategy session with me or choose one of the coaching programs. Our training helps parents relieve stress.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaw, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaw explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and
have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T.Y. is here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Five-Star BDM, Brand Development Masters, is a professional consulting and advisory group keenly focused on business development services for the small to mid-sized business and entrepreneurs. Although every business is unique, they often share business development challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. Services include process improvement and operations, digital strategy and transformation, business intelligence, digital marketing, and personal branding. Our business and personal branding company has helped a number of professionals and organizations to optimize and grow. This results in more business, more opportunities, better reach, positive outcomes. Visit www.fivestarbdm.com today to learn more.
It's time for you to start bossing in social media. For all your social media needs, you've come to the right place at the right time to get your website designed, landing page, social media platforms, and get the training you need to get in front of the people that's ready to buy your products and services. Let me train you with StreamYard, Zoom, Clubhouse, and much more. And let me help you get your virtual professionals, not assistants, because assistants can only assist you, but the virtual professionals can give you that professional flavor that you need to expand your reach and increase your revenue. Jump on in and get in where you fit in and start bossing today. You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more.
featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Hi, I'm Barbara Smith. Genius is common. My genius is executive coaching and professional corporate training. As the master executive coach and corporate training ambassador for the Genius is Common movement, I help business owners craft their stories in such a way that you know exactly what they do, what they have, and what they bring to the table. Many times as business owners, we are asked, so what do you do for a living? And we could be crushing in our businesses, but we're not quite sure exactly what to say in a short amount of time. Well, I help you take those stories that are the reason why you're in business and why you're so passionate about your business and craft them in such a way that people are drawn to you as opposed to being repelled by you. Because every conversation, every time you talk to someone about your business, you are excited about it. But are you really conveying what you do, what you have, and what you bring to the table? And do really people understand why you care so much and why they should care that you have the solution to their problem? Well, I'm here to help you with that. As a master storyteller, I can help you with your stories and spin them in such a way that they are intriguing and fascinating. People want to listen to you talk about your business. That's why at the Genius is Common movement, I am the master executive coach and professional training ambassador. That's my genius. And genius? Oh yeah, it's coming.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
I am Black business.
Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is James Skinner. I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, educate businesses about business. This week, we are hosting the literary edition of the Black Business Network. Black Business Olympics, showcasing writers, authors, speakers, publishers, agents, and literary enthusiasts. Today, our guest will be Franzelma Lynn. Franzelma Lynn is a parenting coach and founder of FTP, Franzelma Teaching Parents, LLC. She truly believes every child deserves a loving, safe, structured, disciplined environment where they can develop and thrive. Therefore, her main objectives is to save childhoods and transforms families by coaching parents. Ms. Lynn's task or calling is to teach and encourage all parents to go above and beyond their comfort zone, and knowledge base, and emotions by learning practical and effective strategies for equipping their children to be responsible, compassionate, and self-disciplined for life. Her focus and methods on improving parenting skills utilizes a step-by-step, direct, proven approach where she encourages parents to make the life-changing sacrifices to provide a quality childhood for their children. In addition, she is also a Bible teacher with a live vlog on Facebook and YouTube, My People Project, airing Monday through Friday, 5 a.m. Mr. and Mrs. Lynn are the proud parents of 6 adult children, as well as 8 grandchildren, and reside in Alabama. Welcome, Miss Lynn.
Oh.
Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
All right. Thank you so very much, Mr. Skinner. Hi, everyone. I am Franzelma Lynn. I am the CEO and founder of Franzelma Teaching Parents, LLC. I am a retired teacher and school administrator. I'm an author. I'm a coach, a speaker. I consider myself as the parenting 911 coach, and that's simply because we take every situation with parents and their children with urgency and with care. So the mission for Franzelma Teaching Parents is to rescue the families. In this time, this day and age, we see that there is such a decline in family closeness, family bonding. It's such a decline with relationships, parents and children. So our mission is to rescue all of that. When parents are struggling, that means children are suffering. When parents are struggling with not knowing what to do, struggling with just juggling life and all that it has in it, that means that children could very well be suffering silently. So we equip parents with proven, effective, and practical strategies that will enhance, elevate, and enrich their parenting skills. It doesn't matter where you may be located. There are parents that are struggling for different reasons. Some parents are struggling because of guilt. Some are struggling because of shame. Some are struggling because they didn't have a role model as a child. Some are struggling because maybe they were in the system and they went from home to home in the foster care system, and they really maybe were not at any location long enough for someone to model for them what parents really need to do. So many times in our society today, we say things and we know things, but we don't do anything about those things. So we know that many of the struggles and issues that children have come from home. They come out of someone's home. If you talk with teachers now, they have less time actually to teach the instructional part because they're dealing with so many emotional issues, so many other things that come from home. So yes, we understand the root of many of the issues stems from home. However, you can't expect parents to just overnight know what to do. If those parents were not equipped with the strategies they needed on yesterday to be a great parent, they won't have those strategies today. So we have to make sure that parents receive the adequate strategies, training that they need to be the most absolute best parents they can do. And that's what I do. I make sure that in our one-on-one sessions, and we do one-on-one customized sessions, that parents understand I'm empowering them. I'm not, as one parent said, are you going to come home and work with our children? No, I'm working with you. So you will know what to do when you get home, and you will be able to work with your children. So we have one-on-one customized sessions, coaching sessions. We provide group sessions. We work with schools and school districts and provide workshops and webinars for their parents. Because I can be virtual, yes, I can work with anyone anywhere. We work with corporate, we work with different organizations, we speak at events. Working with corporate, HR directors have to remember that when there is trouble at home and the children are just out of order, everything is in disarray, there is chaos, the parents are struggling, then those employees, when they come to work, cannot give you their quality performance. Yes, I understand. We're supposed to leave all of that at the door, but you're human just like I am and just like they are. If things are not going well at home, then you don't perform your best. However, for personal development, I almost said professional, for personal development in corporate arenas, then parents are taught the skills and strategies they need so that home can be calm and in order. Tell me what parent doesn't want to go home and have peace and calmness at home? But many times it's not that way. And we need to have the strategies so that we'll know what to do to make it that way. We also we work with churches, we work with different organizations. Wherever parents are, that's where we need to be so that we can help provide the strategies needed. Now, I normally bring in 3 pillars with my coaching and teaching. Normally, there are 3 main areas that most parents, they are going to have struggles in one or all of these areas. One, of course, is structure at home. knowing how to structure home so that it runs smoothly, so that everyone knows what they need to do, so that everyone feels a part of the family, so that there is bonding and working together. There is responsibility and accountability. We bring in the fact that all parents need to have structure at home. Children need structure. Parents need structure too. If we make sure we know the strategies for structure on the front end, then on the back end, we can have a peaceful, calm home environment. We work on discipline, transformational discipline. Yes, I know. Most people think that discipline is punishment. Well, they are two separate things. Discipline is actually a process. It is a process. In my latest book, it is called You Need a Butt Whooping, sold on Amazon. It talks not about how to spank, but that there are other alternatives to spanking. Some of us have just that narrow mindset that spanking has to be the only thing we could ever do, and it's not. There are so many other alternatives. And so the book helps you with the discipline strategy. Discipline is the process that we have to walk through. There are 3 steps to it. I want to make sure you get this nugget. There are 3 steps to discipline. The first one is to instruct or to give a directive, to tell the child or coworker or whomever what it is you want for them to do. Then step 2, model for them. Show them exactly how you want it done. When I was teaching, I would tell my 5th graders, now, when I say everyone be seated, this is what I mean. I would pull a chair out in the front of the classroom and I would say, your feet flat on the floor, your bottom in the seat of the chair, your back to the back of the chair, your shoulders back, your hands on your desk, and your eyes on me. Guess what? That's what I called having a seat. So I modeled for them. And from that, when I would say, everyone have a seat, they knew exactly what I was asking. So the second step to discipline is modeling. We as parents have gotten so far away from modeling. We want to tell the children, we'll do number 1 there and instruct them, but we expect for them to just be born knowing how to do everything we say. It doesn't happen that way. We have to take the time with the process and actually model for them what we want them to do. Guess what? That removes all of the hypocrisy, the do what I say and not what I do. It removes all of that because parenting is showing children what you want them to do. The third step after the modeling is practicing. You know, the old saying is practice makes perfect. Well, whatever you practice, and you can practice wrong, you'll just perfectly be able to do that wrong. So practice the way you modeled. I had a grandparent who asked me, well, how will I know that they still understand? I said, when they practice, you'll supervise. That means you're standing there, you're watching. If they're not doing it the way you've modeled for them, that's the time you step in and you say, oh, no, not that way. No, you make sure the cover is like this on your bed. No, you have to fluff the pillows. No, this is how we sweep the floor. You start right. You're right there to supervise. Now they practice and practice until it becomes a habit. We're changing their mindset. And once it becomes a habit, there's not a big issue. Now, with discipline always comes consequences, correct? So, I mean, everything we do, every choice we make, there is a consequence. We have to make sure our children understand that. every good decision or every decision not so good. A consequence is following. So we have to teach our children about consequences as well. All right. So remember that about discipline. One police chief came to one of my sessions and it was talking about discipline. He went back and even at the precinct, he started modeling for all of his employees what he wanted them to do because he was just assuming they knew. And that's what many times we as parents do. We assume they know. We'll say, you know how to do this. You know better. Do they? Have you taught them exactly what you mean? I was talking with a parent at an event and she has a daughter, maybe 7 or 8. It's been a while ago now. And they are an extended family. So she and her daughter and her parents all live together. Well, I was asking, just questions, parenting questions. And she said, one thing that worried her is the daughter stays in trouble. She's very smart, all A's, everything going great personality, no problem with attitude, but she stays in trouble. And I said, at home or at school? And she said, at home. She said she never gets in trouble at school. So I said, what kind of trouble? She said, well, it kind of depends on who's watching her at the time. So if I'm watching her, she'll get in trouble about, doing things this way. And if my mom watches her, my mom, may fuss at her about doing something totally different from me. And same with my dad. And I said, the problem is not the child. The child is getting in trouble because you all are not on the same page. Sometimes grandparents can add to the problem. We as parents have to be on the same page. If extended family is playing a part, grandparents, come on now, we don't know everything. I'm a grandparent. We have to be on the same page with the parents so that the child is not getting two different, sets of rules. All right. So discipline, the last thing that I always bring into the picture, and it may be the most vital part of all: communication. Communication. Parents, grandparents, step parents, foster parents, we must learn how to talk to our children. We've got to learn how to communicate, not just bark out orders. Walking out of the store the other day, I saw a parent and a child, and the only thing she was saying, stop it, go, no, don't bark at them. Our children are not pets. They are human beings, and we are the ones that hold their future. When they're young, we're holding their future in our hands. So we have to learn how to communicate, how to talk to them in a respectful manner so they'll know how to talk to us in a respectful manner. Let me say this, parents, it's okay. It's okay if we make a mistake. We're human beings. We must learn, though, that when we realize we made a mistake, or even when the child brings the mistake to us, to our attention, please ask them for forgiveness. Say, my bad, I'm sorry, please forgive me. Something. One parent was highly upset because her son, who's maybe 9, said, Mom, you owe me an apology. And she said, you're the child. How dare you tell me I owe you an apology? So when she was telling me this, I had an expression on my face. I said, was he right? She said, well, yes, but still, no. If he was correct, then you still owe the apology to him. If you didn't give it to him then, you still owe it to him. So parents, please, We have to model for our children. We have to model good character. We have to model how to be responsible and how to be accountable. We have to model the life skills we're teaching them. From the time that a child is born up until their 18th birthday, we have 936 weeks to pour all the good qualities we have in us into our child. We have 936 weeks, that's all, to mold them into being good human beings, respectful and honorable and trustworthy, and how to work hard for what they want, and how, we have 936 weeks to prepare them to be adults. See, this is the training that I give to parents in workshops. My digital course, this is the type of training that you get, because it's time for us to stop talking about the problem. We know the root of the problem stems from home, but it's time to also provide parents with effective strategies so they can have a toolkit, a tool belt, and be able to know how to manage things at home. Parents, if you're the one that's always upset, screaming, yelling, cussing, fussing, all of that, I hope you realize by now that doesn't work. That's a secret. That doesn't work. All you're teaching your child is, this is the only thing you know to do. You don't know how to handle the situation yourself. You don't have any other coping skills for what's going on. So when I'm coaching, one of the things I tell parents, you have to remain calm. Remember, you're the parent. You're the one with the authority. You are the one that should be empowered so you can empower them. So you have to learn how to stay calm regardless to what has happened. Stay calm and parent. Don't lose control, and you become more impulsive than the child. Stay calm and parent. One of the webinars, one of the continuous programs, live webinars, is called Home is My Business Too. Because many of us who are entrepreneurs, who are, CEOs and president of this and that, we're working and we're the boss. And people do what we ask them to do, or there is some other reprimand for them. And we will get home and there'll be chaos. And we won't know what to do. We won't know how to help our children. We won't know how to bring order back into our homes. We will have no clue. So that program is really to help working parents understand what they need to do. I provide step-by-step, proven, practical strategies so that you can once again go from chaos to calmness at your house, so that the things at your house can be smooth and work in order. I make sure that you understand how to bring everyone in so that all needs are met. Now, there's a word that I use and I have to explain. It is dysfunctional. All of us are dysfunctional at some point. Every one of us. All of us forget something, make a mess of something, get out of order, let something just, get us out of character. We blow up at something when we shouldn't have. All of us. There is dysfunction in all of us. Dysfunction just means that somehow, some way, needs are not being met. So sometimes when children are acting out, there is a dysfunction in the home. Not always, but many times. too many times. There's a dysfunction. That means that child has a need, whether it's safety or food or clothes or a place to sleep that's comfortable or something. There is a need that is not being met. So I teach parents how to observe, how to assess, and then how to plan and amend the plan as needed. I also work with parents of adult children. They have adult children. And most times with parents of adult children, the issue is communication more than anything else. It's communication, not knowing how to talk to an adult that you raised or gave birth to and raised or raised, as a grandchild. You have no idea. And usually that's one of the issues when it comes to adult children. So on the website, www.parenting911.org, on there, you will find all of the services, all of the coaching programs. You will find that you can book a strategy with me, one-on-one, 15 minutes. Let's talk about where you are and where you need to be. You'll find that the home is my business too. Information is there, and you can register for that. You'll find there's a membership. We meet every week. It is there. So just remember, wherever parents are, children.
Miss Lynn?
Yes.
Miss Lynn, thank you so very much for your time today. Can you just remind the listeners how you can be reached on social media before we let you go?
All right. So on social media, you will find Frizelma Teaching Parents. That's on Facebook. That's on LinkedIn, YouTube as well, and Instagram. Frizelma Teaching Parents.
I enjoyed your presentation. Thank you so very much today. And
Thank
we'll see you. Genius is common, and we'll see you on the other side.
Absolutely.
Take care.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6. And then I traveled back and forth to DC because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting. And she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglasses. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, you know, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you know, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, you know, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, you know, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. You know, I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. You know, I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. You know, people asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.